are going live right now. Wait for that green light to come on here. Let's see how long we do stay on here. But we are live. Hey guys, how you going today on BKR Sport? Well, today we've got what's supposed to be a Australia versus South Africa Day 3 cricket stream. But as I've been telling you guys for the last 3 days, that Day 3 is going to effectively be completely rained out. Now, we still do have to do the stream. Like, I'm going to put the weather delay up for the majority of today, obviously, just in case that we do have a point that we can come back, we can watch some cricket, and hopefully we can see Aussie Khawaja hit his 200. I'm only allowed to say that. You guys aren't in the chat. But yeah, look, I think that I still needed to put the stream up. I still need to, because there is still potentially a chance that the rain stops and then we get a little bit of play, and we do want to watch that part. So I will stick around here for about 15-20 minutes, and then we're probably just going to try the weather delay thing up. But yeah, it's disappointing. It is very disappointing. Obviously, the end of Day 1 was rained out. The end of Day 2 was also rained out, and now Day 3 is just... I'm looking at the radar right now, and it is not pretty, mate. Oh, no, it's not pretty, mate. Oh, no, it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. It's actually looking all right up north, like around the... actually, no, Central Coast is not that great. Actually, no, where's Gosford? No, actually, Gosford's not too bad. But the unfortunate thing is the clouds coming from the southeast rather than it's been coming from the west all bloody week. But now it's coming from the southeast and going upwards. So, yeah, a little bit of a change there. I've never looked at the weather report as much as I do every year for Sydney. It's actually outrageous that Sydney, it's always like this. You know, I never look at the radar. The only time I ever look at the radar is on the Gold Coast when I want to go for a surf. That's literally it. I never ever look, and that's not even the same radar. That's the weather, the bloody wave report. But I just don't understand why this is still a thing. I get the SCG is the SCG, but this happens every single year. The last 3 tests in a row have had this. Last year it wasn't as bad. It still got a bit taken away. We will have tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. So the final 2 days, it will probably be rain-free, but we'll have to declare pretty much immediately. I would at this point say, sorry, Uzi, but you're going to have to declare on 195, 196, whatever he's on right now. I would say, unfortunately, we're going to have to do that, and we're going to have to just simply try and bowl them out in 20 wickets in 2 days, obviously enforce the follow-on. Which is still entirely possible with the South African team. Just want to throw that out there. It is still entirely possible with the South African team that we could bowl them out. All 20 wickets in the 2 days. This team is dreadful. This team is absolutely dreadful. So, it's definitely not impossible at all. But it would be very, very tough going. It'll be an exciting Day 4 and Day 5, actually. I will say that. It will be an exciting Day 4 and Day 5 because, as you guys know, I prefer watching the bowling because it has that big moment. So, yeah, it'll be a really exciting Day 4 and Day 5 as long as the weather does hold out there. But we're just going to hope for a little bit of respite today. Hopefully today we get maybe 1-2 overs in, and then also you can just go for go for a boundary or two and get that 200, and then we can declare, and then we don't have to think about that for the morning. So I think that's really the only reason that we're still in right now is because of that that cheeky little 200 that's looking likely there. But if it wasn't for the rain, and if it wasn't for the fact that this is a 5-day test, like if this was if this was like it used to be 100 years ago where there was no ending, we would honestly have to declare at like 1,500. Like we honestly, ridiculous. Travis Head did well with 70. Obviously, Sebi Schmidt got 104. Labuschagne got 79. And Matty Renshaw is looking pretty decent right now. Like, truly, we'd get to 1,000. This South African team is just dreadful. But let's see the chat for a little bit. We'll see what you guys are saying for the first 15 minutes or so. I'm going to see what because I need to wait for the stream to come up live so I can see what the weather is like firsthand. But guys, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe when you're around here. We will be doing the A-League tonight between the Brisbane Roar and Melbourne Victory. Arsenal fans, how we doing after this morning, eh? Shut your mouth, baby. Shut your mouth. Is he here? Is he here? No, Zach Hewitt's actually a pretty good Arsenal fan, to be fair, but still. All right, let's go have a look at the chat. Brian says there's only one man who could shift weather events, and that's the man to meet the legend, Scotty B. Boland. But some Muppet decided not to pick him. Some Muppet did decide not to pick the old Scotty Boland. Unbelievable man. Probably the man that I would say should lead us into war if it ever happened. He's just an unbelievable bloke. Evelyn says the radar's bad. Oh, the radar is bad, all right. It's dreadful, nearly. It is. Well, it's still only relatively light. Like it's going to can the game, of course, but it's still on the radar. Said it's relatively light rain. It's not like heavy rain. I think that's meant to come later today, like around the 1, 2, 3 marker, which it's going to screw us mad. Zach says, good to see you stream the City game that you said you do. I actually did that deliberately because when I said yesterday that I was like, oh yeah, well, you said I'd do it, I just watched it in there. I was like, it's quite funny. It was quite funny to do it to you. J-Dub says, morning lad. Hello mate, how you doing? Eggman says hi. Sparks says Muppet weather. Muppet state, mate. Muppet weather, Muppet state. It goes hand in hand. Muppet weather, Muppet state. New South Wales sucks. Your city of Sydney sucks. My God, do I have to do this again? Brighton says, yeah, Uzi's got to take one for the team. The dub's more important. Absolutely. Evelyn says, if a full session just gets washed out, we must consider declaring. Consider declaring? Bubba. Consider we shouldn't even be batting now. We shouldn't even be batting still. If Evelyn says, if South Africa lose from here, that's the most embarrassing thing in the history of sport. I wouldn't say it's the most embarrassing thing in the history of sport. Like, the Atlanta Falcons did choke a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl of 2016. But it would be embarrassing to still lose from here, yes. But it is still entirely possible. I'm not lying to you. It is still entirely possible. Nigel Luke says, City weather is again spoiling the Khawaja party. Well, Khawaja did fantastic last year. You know, he did fantastic last year. J-Dab says, Kepa forgot he had hands. Are you talking about the Chelsea City game? Well, you can't stop that Mara shot. Like, there's no... oh, yeah, well, actually, okay, I know what you're saying. He could have come out to... okay, I get what you're saying. Jack says, hey, Beggar, hello, mate, how you doing? Spice says, be back in 5, gotta go get milk and some coffee. Mate, you got to get some milk and coffee, champion. You got to do it. You just got to do it. Evelyn says, 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. look like the best weather times of the day. Oh, there you go, I must be wrong. But hopefully, okay, well, hopefully just around that time. So that's about 2 p.m. my time, 3 p.m. It's 2 to 3 p.m. my time. All right, well, I'll still be checking in all throughout the day. Obviously, we'll have the weather delay up any moment now when we decide to jump off for a little bit. But yeah, we will still be leaving the stream up all day today. Nels Luke says, did you watch the City game live? Of course I did. I watch every single City game, mate. Every single City game. Zach says, it's going to be interesting to see who we sign. We won't sign our main target, Mikhailo, anymore. Since his Ukrainian club is greedy, they didn't accept 2 of our bids and want at least 88 mil. 88 mil? Get out of my face. Get out of my face. But then again, you know, when you're getting 100 mil for Darwin Núñez, no, I think he'll be right. He'll be all right. Just give him another. Just wait till next year. George McFerrin says, allow Uzi to get to 200 then declare, even if it means the game ends in a draw. I think that's what they're going to do. But I would love at least today. I think it has to happen today. If there's not a single bit of batting today at all, then I would say no. I think declare immediately tomorrow, or declare at the end of today. But if there is at least 1, 2, 3 overs in, and we can get Uzi on strike and get him to the 200, if he gets out, he gets out. Like, he's only got 5 runs to get. No restrictions. They've already won the series, so don't mind that. We've already won the series, and we've also already made the WTC final. This game is really irrelevant for us. As long as we didn't lose the game, we make the WTC final against more than likely India. If the situation was, if we lost all 5 games, including this one, and then the 4 games in India, then we would potentially miss the WTC final. But one, we're not going to lose all 4 games in India because we are a very good team, and I believe that we can genuinely win that series. Secondly, we're not going to lose South Africa. South Africa are a horrific, dreadful cricket team at the moment in Test. Just really bad. Really, really bad. Evelyn said it sucks how like before 9:30 a.m. it wasn't raining. Yeah, it's like yesterday when the umpires decided to have a tea break. The umpires decided to have a drinks break, knowing full well that in 10 minutes time, 10-15 minutes time, it was going to start raining. It started raining in 10-15 minutes time. Ryan Zargo says, thank God I'm out all day. This rain will be annoying as. Yeah. But it's not going to be annoying to the extent of like on and off covers. The covers will stay on the whole time. It'll be annoying in the sense that that it will just be off all day. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's like last year where it was on and off and on and off and on and off. Nozlex, do you think that Australia should host the WTC final? I think that the team who comes first should be able to host that one match, yes. I think it's a bit ridiculous that it's always in England. But in the same sense, no one really gives a shit about the WTC. I'm not going to lie. No one really cares. I've never really cared about it. But with that being said, it's still another trophy in the cabinet. It's still another competition. And it's a one-game series where winner takes all. So, Australia versus India and England, I think the conditions absolutely suit Australia more. I guess England the home of cricket. England the home of what? England the home of cricket. England it can eat a dick. Like what do you mean the home of cricket? You know they're not even in the top 3 for trophies won. Ava Legend says at least when it's on and off you're getting some cricket. No, not correct. Last year for the Sydney Test it was on and off, and it would be the covers would come on, they'd be on for like 20 minutes, and then they'd come off, and then as they're coming off, they'd put it back on, and then about 30 minutes later, or 20 minutes later, they'd come back off, and then just as they're about to start playing again, or they get one ball in, no, they wouldn't even get one ball in, and then they'd take them back off again and put the covers back on. It was, last year was something else, man. Last year was just something else. Brighton says, I'm going to sack up and put a bet on Oz versus India. Bet Australia to beat India. Gee, it's a big call. I like it, though. I do. I like it. I do really like it. We've got 20 people here right now, guys. Let's see if we can get to 15 likes, and then we'll put the weather delay up for a bit. Let's see. We can definitely get another 9 more likes to get to at least the old 15. The old 15 Aruno. But don't forget, we will be doing the A-League tonight between the Brisbane Roar and the Melbourne Victory down there at AAMI Park. But it is a rain delay for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, and it's going to be a rain delay pretty much all day today. It actually kind of does suit me a little bit because I'm on as you guys know, the hard keto at the moment. So today's going to be a really tough day for me to get through. So it's actually kind of good that we've got this. It's actually kind of good that we've got this for me. James says Sydney can get in the bin. Sydney sucks, James. James, Sydney sucks. I want you to say it louder for the people at the back. My God. Ava Legend says, did you see the Strikers chase down 230 in the Big Bash last night? I did, yeah, really impressive. Yeah, Matt Short, I think, got hit the nice little horny hunch. Hit the nice little horny hunch there. That was brilliant. I think that's the biggest ever chase. I did say the Strikers would win, but at the point where they were down, I think it was 230 they had to chase, or 229 they had to chase. I was like, okay, well, that's just a stupid prediction. Well, next minute. But every single sport in the world is starting to get really high scores because that's what the organisations believe people want. But for most people who actually enjoy the sports, you do enjoy the defensive part too. With NBA, we're seeing 150 scores now in regulation, not even in overtime. We're seeing 150-point scores. The other day, there was like 144 to 140 point score, 144 to 140 in regulation. Right, we're also seeing in NBA massive 20-point comebacks. The only one that I would say different in the world would probably be the NFL, the American football. I'd say that there is much more of an emphasis on defense now, even though you do get shootouts, but there is still more of a defensive kind of effort there. Rugby league is seeing massive scorelines. I'd say AFL's actually gone backwards, James. Would you agree with that? I'd say AFL, or AFL Legend as well, I'd say AFL has probably gone backwards in regards to high scores. I'd say, I don't know if that's because of the defense or it's because the attack just isn't... I think maybe the midfield's more of an emphasis rather than the attack, like controlling the midfield, which does obviously suit more of a possessive style, which doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to score a heap of goals. Because I remember, 10, 15 years ago, there were some big scores, man, that were happening. Like you'd regularly see over 100 points. Like you would regularly see over 100 points. But now you don't really see over 100 points. I remember some games back in the day. It was like 110 to 105, and that was a relatively regular scoreline in the AFL. But now, if you get over 100 points, you've had a good day at the office. Jado says nobody liked the 60-point thrashings in league, but yeah, 2021 was a terrible year for the sport in regards to that. But yeah, that's the thing. Because of the rule adjustments across all sport, we're seeing pretty much every sport have high scores. The Premier League is the exact same. I know this morning was a 1-0 with City over Chelsea, but for the majority part, you can notice this in fantasy. You can actually notice a lot about this in fantasy over the different sports, is that you don't want any fantasy defenders this year from any of the big teams who pay a lot of money because no one's keeping clean sheets. I know City kept a clean sheet today, but majority of the time, no one's keeping clean sheets. The emphasis on the attack is just ridiculous. You're looking at Nottingham Forest, and they have a pretty decent attack. They've got a terrible defense, but they've got a pretty decent attack. Fulham, look at them. They're in the top 7 right now. Mitrovic is killing it. But, they can concede a goal. There's City have been... No, I think they've got maybe 2 or 3 clean sheets this year. It's not that much at all compared to what they had previously. So yeah, you can see pretty much in every single sport there was a real high emphasis on the attacking minded for the fans at the moment. James Herbert says best game of ODI cricket is the 2015 World Cup between Australia and New Zealand in the group stages. We got bowled out for like 120 or 150 and the Kiwis won by a wicket. Low scoring thrillers are always spicy. I think that in cricket, the ODI World Cup is my favourite by a long way because it is every 4 years. I was at the World Cup final at the MCG between New Zealand and Australia, but ODI World Cups are my favourite. I don't really give a shit about the T20. I don't really care about T20 in general. Like, I care about the Brisbane Heat, but not really. And then with the Test, I do obviously care about the Test, but overall, at WTC, it's not really, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But the ODI World Cups are fantastic to watch, and I can't wait to watch it when it's in India at the end of this year. Zach says, I read a stat where there were 19 50-point games last season. There's already been 14 this. Yeah, well, Donovan Mitchell just hit 71 the other night. Like, Donovan Mitchell, he's good, but just settle down. 71. Ryan Zark says, I think it's because the Giants and Suns got added in and they were trash. What? What? So I'm going to put this behind me so people can see that it's a weather delay right now. I'm going to put that there. What? Wouldn't you think there would be more points for AFL rather than not? James, I think with footy nowadays is teams who are like between 4th and 14th, they're all quite even. Yeah, well, I think in rugby league this year, and I can see Clark in the chat, but I think with rugby league this year, man, I think there is a really close season coming up. I think it's very similar to what happened in 2018, and I think that 1 through 13 could be decided by a really minuscule amount of points. Like, I think it's a really close season coming up. There's usually blowout years, and then, which was last year, realistically. I know the Broncos, Raiders, whatnot, circle jerk. I don't give a shit. Like, that was relatively close, but overall, it was a bit of an underwhelming, top 8 chase. This year, I honestly believe we'll go back to 2018, where there's a lot of teams that are close. You've got teams like the Bulldogs who improved, the Tigers have improved, the Titans have improved. You've got teams that look like they might drop back to the pack, like the Parramatta Eels. There's just so many teams. All the teams are in a similar equation, and I do think the Panthers will kind of come back to the pack a little bit more as well. So it's going to be a really close year. Really close year. Clarkey says, should Gabba and SCG swap their annual tests? I would like that. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea to have the Gabba first, because obviously Queensland's God's country. It's never raining up there. So, and if it does rain, it's like one day. It's probably only half a day realistically. So yeah, absolutely, that's a great idea, and I think that's probably what's going to be happening after this season after this cricket season unfolds. I think we'll probably start to consider that. Yeah, because this is 3 years in a row now. James says that you've got a clear top 3 or 4 and a clear bottom 3 or 4. I don't think... I know you're talking about the AFL. In the NRL, I don't agree this year. But in the AFL, I would agree. Yeah, in the AFL, I agree. But majority... I would say Geelong, Collingwood. You'd probably say the Swans, but we'll see how they bounce back. Because I like the Swannies, but in the same sense, we'll see how they bounce back. But then again, I don't like them right now because they're Sydney. And Sydney sucks. I hate Sydney right this very bloody second because I can't watch cricket. Just want to watch some cricket. How does that affect all team scoring? AFL says, I can't believe Kerry O'Keefe was saying Australia should bat to 550. I heard that, and I was saying that yesterday, how stupid that was. I think I was saying how stupid that was yesterday. Because it's just not humanly... It's possible, but it's not what we want. James said... I don't know, it was a suggestion. But why I'm laughing at it was wouldn't you expect that to be the opposite? As in, there'd be high scores because those teams are shit? James, is T20 just a loser's excuse for cricket? Bro, I don't get into it, I can't do it. PH says, it is raining heavily where I'm at, so I don't expect the cricket to resume. Apparently, there's meant to be a little bit of respite between 1 and 2 p.m. today, so maybe we might get a little bit. That's why I've still done this stream. At some point, I will put the weather delay up behind, and I will go off and probably make myself a coffee and do some scheduling for the season ahead. But yeah, for the most part, we won't get much cricket today. Highlander says, players are fitter so they can cover the ground quicker. That will result in less chances and less goals. Also, less time on the ball to score because the pressure is more intense now. You're talking about AFL. Okay, yeah, sorry, because I am going between multiple sports right now, so I'm going to try to figure out what that comp was about. But yeah, I can agree. But with that being said, AFL is a very open game too. If any game was to have higher scores, I would have actually expected it to be AFL. I would have expected it, but obviously it's not the case. Can't wait for us to finish 14th. Mate, this is why I worry about Sydney, man, because every team that gets absolutely pulverised in a grand final, it takes them a while to recover, man. And you guys are still recovering from, 2019, I think it was? It was the year before we choked the grand final. Saga says, what time do you think the match is going to start? It's not going to, brother, to be honest with you. It might start for a couple of hours, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. But overall, we're probably not going to see much cricket today. But I still jump on the stream so that you guys, if there is cricket, we come back straight on. Brighton says, yeah, man, the teams who finish 9th and 10th will feel hard done by, I reckon. I feel 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, really. And you'd say 11th and 12th, maybe not, because they're still a couple of spots behind. But, here's teams that you can make an argument for making the 8 this year. You can make an argument for them making the 8. I'm not saying they're going to make the 8, but all these teams that I'm about to say in the NRL have an argument to make the 8. Obviously, Panthers, Eels, Roosters, Sharks, Cowboys, actually, let me go have a look at the teams, because I've got to come off the top of my head here. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe if you're new around here, guys. Let's go NRL ladder so that I can remember all the teams. There's only a couple teams that I would say no. There's only literally a couple teams that there is no singular argument. Most years you can make an argument. You can make an argument for a wooden spoon for about 5 teams. This year, not so much. Panthers, Sharks, Cowboys, Eels, Storm, Roosters, Rabbitohs, Raiders, yes. Broncos. You can make an argument for the Dragons. You still can make an argument for Manly. I don't give a shit what people say. You still can make an argument for them. I still think they'll be lower down. I don't necessarily believe they'll get the spoon, but you can make an argument for them. You can make an argument for the Bulldogs, the Titans. You could probably make an argument for the Knights and Warriors too. I really think that the only two teams that you can't... You can probably say Tigers too. Maybe the Knights not so much, actually. I'll take the Knights out. And I'll probably take the Warriors out too, actually. But then again, they get their home game, so you can make an argument for it. I'd say probably the Knights and the Dolphins are the only 2 teams that I cannot make an argument for to make the 8. I refuse. And you could still probably say with the Dolphins, they're getting Wayne Bennett and they've still got an okay team. But top 8 team? Don't think so. Zeno says next year at this point. Yeah, the game will start next year at this point. NRL top 4 is up for grabs, really. NRL top 10 is up for grabs. James says, in regards to Sydney having a New York test, the New York test each year, the New Year's test each year, is the beauty of cricket. We play in 38-degree heat, one test, and then we cop wet weather in Sydney. I get that, but it's like we want to watch cricket. Like, at the end of the day, we want to watch cricket. We don't want to have a rain delay the entire time. Hey, Clarky, the big fella, look at him go. Clarky, get the one BKR Sport membership, and Ryan and Zarkles, he's always here. Get around, and Parramatta fan, he gets the membership. Thank Clarky, mate. Get into him. But thank you very much, Clarky, for gifting the membership, man. We do appreciate that over here. But yeah, look, James, I do think that I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to watch cricket. At the end of the day, the beauty of cricket can suck one if it means that I can't watch cricket. I want to watch the game, and right now I can't watch the game. James says, I think that it's just that we want more mentality in cricket viewership at the moment. No, I just want to watch cricket. It's just as simple as that. It's not the more. I just want to watch the cricket. That's why I watch the game, because I would like to watch the cricket, Deary me. Ryan says, thanks, Clarky. Good man. Runs the best league page out there. He's the best league page out there. He's got a lot of fans. He's got a lot of fans, yo, Clarky. We got a lot of the same fans. Ryan says, best league page out there. James says, give us every chance to only bat once. The only good thing about the rain delay is it might just show how pathetic South Africa are. If they still lose this game, man, it'll be absolutely outrageous. James says, we'll get a full day tomorrow on Sunday. 196 overs left in the test. I'm pretty sure South Africa haven't batted for more than 70 overs in either of the first 2 tests. I don't know, but they, like we were talking about this morning on Insta, they only got one 200-run inning the entirety of 2022, and that was at a time we still won the game by 180 runs and an innings. We won by 180 runs and an innings, and that was when they got their 200. Like, come on, man. It's a joke. It's a joke. They're a joke cricket team nowadays. They really are. They're taking the piss. Reed Nichols says, go Australia, yes. Sparksy says, Manly Spoon, $16. I don't think it's out of the question. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's out of the question. But overall, I think that they're going to be still Manly, and they'll still be able to muster up a point. It comes down to Josh Schuster and what he can do there, because Trbojevic will come back. But then again, they didn't look that great with Trbojevic at the beginning of last year anyway. But $16 is good odds, though. I think it's a bit of a throwaway, but $16 is good odds. Zach says, with South Africa's 70 overs, you have to remember we don't have Stark, 20p or Green. Yeah, and that's something I was referring to a lot on day 1, or day 2 as well, is that we don't have Mitchell Stark, we don't have Scotty Boland, and we don't have Cameron Green. So we've got we have Ashton Agar, we've got one less bowler as well, because Renshaw obviously comes in, and also Hazelwood, which I found so interesting because it's like Scotty Boland is fit, he's healthy, he's raring to go, he's in form. Why would you not take Scotty Boland, and why would you bring Hazelwood coming off an injury, and why would you take Boland out for no apparent reason, really? Like I get Hazelwood's a Sydney man, but like overall, like what's the go there? Like what are we rewarding? We're rewarding previous talent that he's great, don't get me wrong, but why are we discrediting Scotty Boland, who the fans love, has been doing his job? It's not the fans that just love him because he's a cold hero. He's a cold hero, and he's playing fantastic. He's bowling very, very well. He's been one of our best bowlers throughout the series so far, again. So I just don't understand why we would take Hazelwood instead. I know, yeah, James. Yeah, they were second on the WTC before the series too. Clarky says, we're very popular and often discussed on other YouTubers' live streams. Have to appreciate the fans. Oh, man. Too funny. Evelyn says 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. says only light rain is forecast. Like I said, bro, yeah, the early afternoon, we might see a bit of respite. It does seem like the clouds are kind of going a little bit underneath Sydney area, which could be a positive. But yes, it does look for at least the next couple of hours or so. At least the next couple of hours, it's going to be a bit of a shocker. It's going to be a bit of a shock for the next couple of hours. Clarky says the selection of Agar didn't make sense as rain was already forecasted, hence making his bowling not as effective. Plus, he wasn't really in must-pick-me form. The reason why they picked him there is because we need 2 spinners for India, because we take on India next month, in India as well. If it was in Australia, it wouldn't matter. But in India, their pitches are so shithouse, we have to take 2 spinners because it really does spin quite dramatically there. We all know that. We needed to kind of blood another spinner to get him, I guess, in form per se for that one. But yeah, I don't agree with it. I think Nathan Lyon absolutely kills it here. He's always killed at the SCG, and I think that you got, and as we were talking about yesterday as well, Renshaw wasn't a necessity to be picked. We've got enough batting in this lineup. You bring Scotty Boland in with Hazelwood. Why do we need to have Renshaw in here? Why do we need to have Renshaw? And also, absolutely, Brighton, why not Sweppo or Zampa? I don't mind a bit of Zampa action. I don't mind a bit of Zampa action. And yeah, Mitchie Swepson as well. Zach Hewitt says, light rain is enough for these soft umps to call it off. Oh, yeah. Even if it's a little bit dark as well. If we really need another spinner, Renshaw, Smith, Marnus, Head, all bowls spin part-time as well. Yeah, and Smith got a wicket. Schmitty should have actually had 2 wickets, but David Warner dropped him last week. Schmitty should have had 2. Oh, well, it was the same guy, I guess. But, 2 times, 2 balls were brilliant, which were obviously against the bowlers, but still, Schmitty's not a bad bowler. He originally came in with that and then ended up being one of our best batters of all time. Good point. So just looking towards the future and a dead rubber, that makes sense too. Paddy Dooley should have been picked, but for a spinner. Yeah, I think that they wanted to, because everyone knows that Sydney's usually a draw. But then again, last year, it shouldn't have been a draw. We were rained out for effectively 2.5 days of last year, and still it came down to the literal final ball of the over. The final ball of the test. It was one of the most exciting test matches I've ever seen last year in Sydney, and tomorrow and Sunday might actually make it as exciting as that, if not better. Because if we have to try and bowl 20 wickets out in 2 days, and this is a much weaker team than England, we could have done that nearly against England last year, and if we're doing that against, I think we can genuinely do it. And that'll be a really exciting day over the next 2 days if there is no rain tomorrow and Sunday. I know there's no rain on Sunday, but Saturday is meant to maybe the early part, I'm not sure. For Zampa, people say he's a T20 specialist, but his spin bowling really that tough on the body. I would back him to get through however many overs we require. I like Zampa, and yes, I understand that he is more of a T20 player, but in the same sense, I'd like to take him to India. We do need 2 spinners. I think that it's going to be interesting to see if they do take Scotty Boland or Hazelwood, but I think they'll probably take Hazelwood. I think they'll probably take him just because of the experience. But like in the same sense, I just don't agree. I just don't agree. Like Scotty Boland's done nothing wrong to not get picked, especially in this game here. Especially in this game, because there's no real point of playing Hazelwood in this game compared. Like, what was the actual point? AFL Legends says, if they seriously say at any time today bad light stops play, I'm going to flip. Bad light should never stop play. If they've got lights on, they should never stop play. It should never stop play. But yeah, we'll probably go for another 5 minutes, then we'll put the weather delay thing up in front of the screen. Brian says, yeah, how Schmitty picked as a part-time leggy end up top 4 Oz batsman of all time? Yeah. It could honestly end up being number one. You know, give him time. He's still got 5-6 years. He's still got plenty of tests to go. You know, he's proven overseas too. Like Stephen Schmidt. You know, the one that is a worry overseas, especially in India, is Travis Head. Travis Head is not fantastic in the subcontinent. I'm pretty certain I saw a stat before that said, like, actually, let's go on here. There was something that I looked at on Instagram. There's something that I saw on Instagram actually the other day that kind of proves that he's a bit of a struggle overseas. What was it? Cricket? Oh, it was actually this morning, I think it might have been. Which cricket? There's like 100 million cricket bloody things to look at. Maybe 7 cricket, maybe? No, that's about the BBL. Maybe Fox cricket. Like I said, I don't believe test matches can be extended beyond 5 days. The old days, they were timeless until a result needs to be brought in for the SCG rain delays. Yeah. There was one time that a match ended in a draw in the 1920s. It went for 11 days. And because England or whoever it was had to get back on the boat, otherwise they'd miss their boat, the game was ended as a draw. I think that was the first ever draw. Highest successful T20 run chases. Jeez, Bulgaria versus Serbia. 246. Yikes. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, apparently back in the 20s, they had to... I don't know where I saw it. I don't even know why I'm not following Fox Cricket. I don't know where I saw it. But yeah, 11 days. 11 days it went for, and it ended up in a draw because they had to get back on the boat. Zach says, lucky this game isn't in North Queensland. Just looked up the National Bureau of Meteorology radar loop. Why are we looking at North Queensland? We spoke about the Amazon, and yesterday we spoke about what was the random shit we spoke about yesterday? We spoke about the Amazon and the what we spoke about yesterday. Those little things that if you urinate in the waterfalls and the still water, like you're gonna get that little thing that goes into you. And what was the other thing we spoke about later on the day? I don't know what happened. We were all over the shop yesterday. Evelyn says, India 2019 SCG test had so much rain, like always, but was like the exact opposite as this test, as the first 2.5 days were fine, but the last 2.5 days it didn't start raining pretty much. Yeah, that sucks. Sportsnight says, g'day, hello mate. Clarky says, I did not know that. I remember betting on a test tie once at 151 odds thinking I got a bargain, not realising the difference between a draw and a tie. Oh. Yeah, tie is very difficult, mate. Tie is very, very, very difficult. I do blame Sydney, Zach. I do blame Sydney. Sports Nuts is going to be a draw this. Yep, been saying it since before the game started. I told you guys 3 days ago it was going to be a draw. But we do still... why the Brisbane Heat times Broncos member off a free Broncos ticket and a Heat cap for 2 game members? How about this? How about this? How about no? How about don't send me shit about the Broncos? How about that? How about that? I'm not a member of the Broncos. So please, for the love of God, don't give me a stupid email and waste my time looking at Broncos stupid shit. Unbelievable. All right, well, what about Strikers last night? Yeah, Strikers fantastic. Well, Matt Short was fantastic. Matt Short. This weather is getting larger. It is going to get larger. Evelyn says, I feel like we'll be 3 wickets short of winning on the final day. Bro, don't do that to me. Hey, don't do that to us. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? You say we're going to finish it up by halfway through the day. Kalani says, did you think that Heat would have beaten Sixers with the total we set before it was abandoned? I believe so, yeah. I think the Heat, they're finding a little bit of something. I think Brownie he's been doing well. Obviously, Colin Munro killed it, as we were speaking about. I think overall, I think the Brisbane Heat are starting to find a little bit of something. I don't think that they're going to win the competition by any means, but you bring back Kawaja and Labuschagne, who aren't necessarily T20 batters, but in the same sense do have that ability. So I think that overall, I think the Heat would have won. We did beat them the other day. We've only had 13 overs as well, the Sixers, and I think that we would have been all right. Haynes says, have we declared yet? We have not declared yet, Haynes. They are technically waiting for Kawaja. Like I said this before, the day started here today. Well, the day hasn't even started, really. But I did say this before, is that I think that if there's a couple of overs today, like 2, 3, 4 overs, maybe at best in the middle of the part of the day, like 1, 2 p.m., they'll try and get Kawaja to 200, and then they'll declare. If it goes the entire day and there's not a single over bowled today, then unfortunately I'd have to say, listen, we're going to have to just try and bowl them out across the 2 days. Try and bowl them out for less than 275, which should happen, and then bowl them out again with the follow-on. Quadra's a great T20 batter. Is he? Does he have the good... As he does the... does he have the good stats for T20? Brighton says, you subbed to the Broncos, mate. Hey, no, I did not sub to the Brisbane Broncos. Oh, Broncos have a channel today. I know the Titans have a channel. The Gold Coast Titans have a channel. But I have not subbed to the Brisbane Broncos, and I will probably subscribe to them just because you do still need to be in touch with everything that's going on. Even though it's going to make me sick. Clarkey says, Khawaja and Brown complement each other well as starters. Marner should bat lower in the order as an anchor, though, as his strike rate isn't the best in T20. No, it's not, because he's a patient batter. He's a patient batter, yeah. Sports Nuts, we got to just say sorry that it was him declare almost. AFL Legend says he's got 2 BBL 100s. Well, that's the thing, Sports Nut. We're going to miss all of today anyway, so we may as well just wait out the day, is what I'm saying. We may as well just wait out the day, but there's no chance on any planet that we decide to bat again tomorrow. No chance. Hayes says, even though we've won the series, we still need to win to get the Test Championship final. No, that's not correct. Since we play a tough series against India in the Ashes. No, so we actually have already made... The Ashes aren't included. But we've already made the WC final as long as we draw this. It comes down to these last 5 games, this one and the 4 games against India. If the only way we miss the WTC final is if we lose every single game. We've already not lost this game. It'll at least be a draw. Still possible of a win, but it'll at least be a draw. And I genuinely give us a really red-hot chance of beating India. I do. I think we have a really good opportunity to beat India. It just comes down to the lack of real quality spinners besides Lyon. But with that being said, I think we'll be able to get the job done in India for the most part. If anything, it could be 2-2. But I could genuinely see us beating them multiple times. I can see it. Clarky says, let him get his 200 and then declare. There's no way that we are waiting like 20 minutes tomorrow after this. I thought we needed to win one more. I thought that too, but they said on the we actually looked. I'll go have a look now. We've got time to look. We've got time. Australia WTC. Australia WTC. Chances. Here we go. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe while you wait, guys. We are still waiting for the rain to stop, but it's not going to stop. Chance of playing in the WTC final against India, exciting. What India, Australia, South Africa need to do to make the World Test Championship final. Okay, here we go. This is what we'll see. Cody says, come on, he's on 195. Let's go out for an over or two to get him a special milestone. That's what I'm hoping for today. That's what I want today. I want there to be at least an over or two. Is he on strike? Is he on strike right now? I don't know. Let's go down here. What India, Australia, South Africa need? This was done 3 weeks ago. So Pakistan's chances of finishing the top 2 of the points table have taken a massive hit. They're not doing shit. We've had to watch enough of Pakistan these last couple of days. Please stop it. After these 2 defeats against England, did Pakistan have any chance of making the seed? Don't care. What do we need to do to ensure qualification? Don't care. Have Australia already qualified? Australia are comfortably on top of the table at 75%, but they still have some work to do before they are certain of qualifying. If they lose each of their remaining 7 matches in this cycle, their percentage will drop to 47.37. That said, Australia do have an opportunity to seal their qualification before they embark on what could be a potentially difficult tour of India. If they win all 3 home tests against South Africa, they will finish with a minimum percentage of 63.16. Even if they lose all 4 against India, that will ensure a top 2 finish, as only India can finish higher. So that's not necessarily... Let me have a look here. South Africa are currently second. There's no way South Africa could do it. The only team that could even do it would be... Yeah, England can't do it. New Zealand and the West Indies can't do it. Sri Lanka's still in it. Sri Lanka are currently on 53.33%, which is 2 away tests in New Zealand to go in the cycle. If they win both, their score will rise to 61.11. So they cannot possibly go above us. South Africa are currently second on the points table with 2 series played. They're not anymore. 3 tests in Australia and 2 at home against West Indies next year. If they win their home tests but they lose all their away tests, they will drop to 53.33. So they're done. We've already qualified. We already have. Let's go have a look at Pakistan quickly. 2 home defeats have badly dented Pakistan's hopes of qualifying for the final. With only 3 tests in this cycle, 1 against England and Karachi and 2 home games against New Zealand, the maximum that they can finish on is 54.76. Yeah, so the lowest that we can possibly finish on, the lowest that we can possibly finish on is 63.16. So we've already made it. But it's I can see why it's confusing though, Ainsley, because look, I didn't really know this until they said this yesterday. I wasn't even really aware. We'll just quickly go have a look here. Despite England's fantastic run under Ben Stokes with 8 wins in their last 9 tests, England are not in the race. They only have 1 test remaining in the current cycle, and even if they win that, they will end up on 46.97%. Oh, they're not even close. Muppets. Muppets, England. You're a bunch of Muppets. That's because they had a wretched first half of the campaign. Their first 12 tests, their cycle, they lost 7, drew 4, and won only 1. Yep, you can thank us for that. West Indies can finish with a maximum 50%, while New Zealand can go up to 48.72%. Yeah, so we've made it. We've made it. The only team that could go above us would be India, and would still be top 2. So it's not possible, yeah. Imagine Sri Lanka beat the Aussies in the final. Sri Lanka won't make it. Not even 50% England, you Muppets. They're Muppets, bro. They are Muppets. Clarky says, come on, he's on 195. Let's go. That's right, I read that. If he was on like 180, I'd agree. It's sorry, mate, we're declaring. Yeah, absolutely. But again, I do not think they bat tomorrow. I don't think so. Spike says number 1 will be... what do India get? Actually, let's read the Indian section here. What India need to ensure qualification? India are currently 4th in the points table, but if they win each of their remaining 6 tests, 2 against Bangladesh and 4 against Australia, then their percentage will rise to 68.06, which will surely be enough for a top 2 finish. Australia's numbers will drop if they lose 4 to India. We're not going to lose all 4 to India. We're going to come first. I'm sorry, but we're not going to lose all 4 to India. If anything, I think maximum we lose 2. At max, we lose 2. And that's maximum. Haynes says, should the ICC have a overtime per session like the BBL to complete the 90 overs in a day? Like you still pretty much do get it. You just the only team. Yeah, I guess you could. I guess there's no harm in it, but it's not going to happen. But there's no harm in it, I would say. I think the focal point right now from cricket should be having the SCG test not at this time of the year. Spike says we beat India 5-0 just to show that map from last week. Yeah, 4-0. We only played 4 times. But yeah, we do. It is me. I would love to stream it, man. It just sucks that the NRL's on. Maybe if I have my 2 computers by this point, I'll have the laptop going for the Rugby League preseason, and I'll have the cricket as well. That'd be good. But we'll see how we go. There. Spike says we beat India 5. That's right. I think we'll win 1 test in India at least. I think we'll get at least 2. I honestly believe that we are a better team than them. I think we are a better cricket team than them, and we are killing it right now. And we have taken the piss out of South Africa. We haven't even hit our full stride. We have not even hit our full stride here at all. And we're playing a weakened team in this one, and yet we're still probably going to... Well, if we win this game, it's outrageous. We've got no expectations. South Africa have only got an expectation to not lose from here. But, knowing what they're like, good luck, Iro, good luck. But I think we might jump off for a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Because we do have to... The rain is still going pretty heavy here. We've got 30 people watching, 18 likes. Let's hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. But what do you guys reckon we should do? Because... there's no cricket on for a little bit. It's not going to be on for a while. The radar has got... the stream will stay live, by the way, guys. The stream will stay live. I'll just put this in front, and I'll go do some scheduling for the season. But it just doesn't look like it's going to... Brian says, am I being a bit harsh thinking Warner might not be the player to take over to India? I don't know who replaces him, but I think that you have to take him. There's no way you take out an experienced player. There's no way you take out an experienced player like David Warner in a game that we also need to do well in to kind of prove... and stamp some form of authority before going to England for the WTC final. If you lose that series 4-0, we still make the final, but now we think, okay, we've lost. You need to at least get 2. You can stream the India test from the 9th to the 11th. No, but the NRL preseason is on then. The NRL preseason is on then, Zach. That's what I'm saying. He says, if we bring Swepson over to India, I'm riding. So what's nice, I reckon we might beat India in first test and drop off. Oh, what a bloody Muppet comment. Why would you say that? On what basis are you saying that? On what basis are you saying that? My goodness me. Evelyn says, it's a good challenge for us to try and pull off a miracle win from this position. It's going to be an exciting final 2 days. Our preseason is on the 12th. Yes, Dave Trevor will be doing the NRL preseason. Absolutely, yeah. I will be. We'll be streaming every game. So the 9th to the 11th, okay, well then I can do that then. Yeah, I can do that. Well, I want to do as much to India versus Australia as I possibly can. It just comes down to if it's possible. Because obviously the channel is predominantly NRL. and cricket is on and off due to the season. What time will the Indian series be on Aussie time? A good time, 4 p.m. start. Finishes like 11, I think it is. I think it's a 4 p.m. start, which would finish, roughly about 11. Oh, that's right, that's my time. Sydney time is 3 p.m. Queensland time, 2 p.m. I don't know if Daylight Savings is finished by then, but yeah, it's a great time. Great time. We'll have a few in the chat. I can tell you that right now. We will have a few in the chat. Brighton Robbo. Not Noble Robbo. Brighton Robbo. He comes with the $20 redo donation. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you for the $20 redo donation. Even though there's literally nothing on right now, but I do appreciate it. And he's got the big thumbs up. He's not going to have a thumbs up of a season with the Broncos, but at least he's having a good time on here. He says, you go in any Titans preseason game on the Sunshine Coast or Redcliffe? Probably not, man. I'll probably stream it. I will be back in Australia. I'll be back in Australia probably on the 27th, 28th of this month. But yeah, I probably won't be going to the preseason games. I have enough travelling to this year. I'll be at every single Titans game, right? So I don't need to get to the preseason games, especially when... I could just sit back and stream it at home and give some form of Titans content on a stream, because I will not be streaming Titans games. I get too emotional. I'm too emotionally, financially, and physically invested in the Titans to stream it. That's why I'm nervous with getting Antonio/Dan to do a stream. Clarky, if you want to do a stream, then let me know, mate. I don't know if you're still here, but if you're still here, Clarky, if you want to jump on, do the Titans stream for me while I'm at the games, be my guest. But it's a tough one, man. It's not an easy one to do. That's for sure. It is not an easy one to do. Not at all. Sports House says, yeah, that's a good time. That's a great time. Yeah, 3 p.m. until like 11. Fantastic. Dave Travis says, wow, Brian, you're a legend. Yeah, mate, he's an alright bloke, that bloke. He's an alright bloke. But like, it's Sunshine Coast and Redcliffe. It's not like I'm saying no completely, but I can pretty much say no. Sparksy says, imagine spending all that money to watch it rain. I wonder. Do you don't get any money back, do you? Like, if there's no ball bowled, do you get your money back? Or do you not still? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Because it's like, if there's no ball bowled, well, what can they do about it, really? They could probably just say, still, no, you paid for your ticket. Free tickets, you'd hope. You'd hope so, but I don't know. It's the time of day-night test over here. Like, it's a great time. Yeah, it's a fantastic time. I'm trying to figure out if... I'm going to have... Can you... if cricket rained out, do I get money back? Do I get the money back? If cricket rained out, do I get money back? Do we get refund if cricket match cancelled due to rain? If for the day for which the ticket is valid, play does not take place or play is restricted, you'll be entitled to a refund of only the match ticket value, subject to there being 0 to 15 overs played, a full refund, 15.1 overs to 30 overs played, a 50% refund. Okay, so you do actually get a full refund. If it's 0 to 15 overs, you get a full... This is the UK, though. This is the UK. So, yeah. All right, that's not too bad. You get your money back. But if it's 15.1 overs to 30 overs played, 50% refund. You'll take it, yeah. I think it's 25 overs. No, it's... well, I don't. Maybe Australia might be different, but in England or UK, it's 0 to 15, you get a full refund. 15.1 to 30, a 50% refund. Only... 1 second. If a cricket match is abandoned because of rain, let's go have a look. This is an Australian version. This is the Australian version here. Alright. If a cricket match is abandoned because of rain, does the crowd get any refund? Yes, of course, only if even a single ball has not been bowled. If the match gets started and the rain starts playing, the crowd will not get any refund. Oh, you sure? That's not what we just read. If players... Oh, here we go. Oh, no, it is. If players don't take field, there's not even a single bowl is bowled, spectators get their tickets refunded. A washout games means the stadium authorities will have to shell out a lot of money. So most of the time, you'll see everyone pushing for a game, be it only a 5-5 over game in T20 match. Basically, it's a win-win situation for everyone, as spectators too want to see... Oh, this is T20, I reckon. I reckon in T20, yeah. Sports Nuts, I hope the whole day is going to be washed out. I hope not, though. I think with T20, you probably wouldn't get your money back unless... If there's a single ball bowled, you wouldn't get your money back. But if there's no balls bowled, they can't really get around that. They can't really get around it. All right, well, I think I'm going to jump off for a little bit. Like, I'm going to just put the weather delay in front of me because we don't know when it's going to come back. The radar is still pretty dodgy, a little bit dodgy. Very dodgy, actually. Very dodgy. But it does look like it might clear up in an hour or two. Maybe give it an hour or so. It might clear up a little bit. The clouds look pretty rough now, but given an hour, hour and a half, maybe you might start get that really, really, I don't know, maybe something. Maybe you might get a bit of respite. If I say just send them out and bowl or full toss. Like, either way, the thing is, though, is that even with the rain, if there was no rain, I guarantee you the umps still say it's too dark. It's too dark. Like... They'll come out and say it's too dark. But guys, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe on your own team. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee. I'll check back in throughout the day. We'll probably... every time we'll come back here every hour or so to check in to see if it's back on yet, but I highly doubt it. But yeah, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe on your own here, and I will see you guys when it should... when we come back on. Hopefully, if we do get some cricket. Sydney sucks. I repeat, Sydney sucks. Over. We have not declared yet. We have not declared yet. I repeat, we have not declared yet. Over. This is an Australian test, not a Western Australia test. 2 different countries. I repeat, 2 different countries. Over. Sparksy is correct. Over. Just a quick little update on the radar. There is actually a little bit of a gap that potentially could be coming through in about maybe an hour or so. So just kind of kick back a little bit. Obviously, I don't know. I'm not a BKR weatherman, but based on the radar, there is a bit of a gap coming up in about an hour. So we may get some cricket. All I want is at least a couple overs so we can get Aussie's 200 and then obviously get to declaring. But that just obviously relies on this being some rain. So that is your captain speaking. And for the time being, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. And I will see you guys very soon. Over. Ding 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 ding. Stop it, you're getting me excited. Over. This is your captain speaking. Cummins will not declare until at least day 5. Thank you. Over. On the Fox Sports broadcast right now, they haven't actually taken it back to the game yet. I think they're watching the Alan Border podcast video thing, so it's still got rain delay on the screen, on delay, but apparently covers are coming off, and it doesn't look too bad. But with that being said, there is a very large chunk just south of Sydney. I hope that large chunk of rain does miss down south, but if the covers do come off, we still could be coming right back on, if that big spot does go north a little bit, which it kind of looks like it might do. So put your feet up, folks, put your seatbelts on, get ready to rock and roll. Over. That would be, in fact, great. That would be, in fact, great to at least bowl one ball today. But I would like to bowl more than one ball because we would have to see a six from Usman Khawaja off that individual ball if that was the case. So I would prefer more than one ball. Thank you. Over. Ding, 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 ding. England will win. They're not playing, Muppet. I'd say they're probably called lunch because they probably realise that in about 40 minutes' time that the rain will clear. So that's probably why they're doing it, because there is a really large chunk, like I said, of rain coming through. And it is, like I said, it is just kind of nicking that Randwick area. So as you can see on the radar, if you're looking at the radar, in about maybe 45 minutes time to an hour, there is actually a bit of a gap with no rain clouds. So maybe we might be just sneaky little bloody baby. Get around it, baby. Get around it. Cricket action coming up. Over. England also sucks. Over. 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 Receive that message, prospect. After this Sydney test, I will never be looking at a weather radar again. Over. Trucking knows about the requirement to purchase a Titans jersey because he currently has a Titans jersey that he has purchased. Over. That's quite expensive toilet paper that you have there, Trucking, but I do understand it. I do understand it. When you want to feel like you're a wealthy person, you want to buy really wealthy stuff to utilize as stuff to utilize in the toilet. So I get it. I understand, and no worries. That signed Wayne Bennett Broncos jersey will go over real well after the Indian curry tonight. Thank you. Over. That is correct. We do in fact watch Margot Robbie movies. That is absolutely spot on. Thank you. Over.
because they are stupid. I've hated Sydney for a very long time, KKH Sports, a very, very long time. We've been saying that for the last 3 hours. Thank you. Over. I don't know about that one, but I was thinking about getting a tattoo sometime soon. What should I get? Maybe I should get like a tattoo of my logo or something.
Right, so on a reel, guys, it does look like it does look like the clouds, like the rain is moving away. So maybe in like half an hour, we genuinely may see some play. I'm not too sure. Hopefully, but if you look at the radar, then you can see that there's not many clouds out to the east anymore. So hopefully, it moves away and we can watch some cricket. I want to watch some cricket. Dear me. Ding 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 ding. Trucking is back in the building. Over. If this is live footage that they're showing us right now, it's not raining currently, so unless they say it's bad lighting, we actually genuinely could get play relatively soon. day 4 and day 5 are both meant to be pretty clear. Over. Wow, KBH, that's crazy that they're playing the Chinese news right now. Thank you. Over. was funny. Basically, for anyone who doesn't understand what just happened, I was trying to restructure something on the screen, and I did. Oh, I can't show you now, but I popped up on the screen, so that's why it was funny. Shush. And the cutoff is like 2 hours away, or an hour and a half away. No, cutoff is dead set like 2 hours away. Dana says to the crowd, get a refund. Basically, we found out that if there's less than 15 overs today, they'll get a full refund. If it's between 15.1 and 30 overs, they'll get 50%. If it's more than 30 overs, then they will not get a refund. That is an extremely, extremely valuable lesson, Dane. That is a very, very intelligent and intellectual comment, and it is an extremely valuable lesson that, yes, people will learn to not live in Sydney. Thank you. Brisbane also does, in fact, suck. Thank you. I live on the Gold Coast, and I hate just knowing that I live in the same country as Sydney. Thank you. Again, just popping in to say that the radar does have no more rain really coming for the rest of, for at least an hour or so after this little spurt goes. So, what's the bet that the umps decide to take a drinks break or have tea just after we get back? And then once we get back after that tea break or drinks break, it will be bad lighting. Thank you. Also, very fair statement, Sebastian. That is a very, very fair statement. Here's an idea. Why don't we move the test to the Gold Coast because it's the most beautiful place in Australia and it has beautiful weather with beautiful people and it's an okay stadium. Thank you. Give Sydney a test, but just do it in early December. Thank you. Or just screw Sydney. Who cares? Bye. No one cares, Shazza. Thank you. I would rather have a cricket test in Syria than Sydney. Thank you. As if we didn't know the entire time, Dane. Also, guys, don't forget, obviously the cricket's pretty much getting rained out today, but hopefully we'll get a little bit of cricket soon. I will be showing the Brisbane Roar versus Melbourne Victory game. That's on tonight in still about 4 hours. Really, I think it's 8:30 or so we start that, which is my time, 7:30 New South Wales time, 6:30 Queensland time. So there will be at least a stream today where I will be on stream, which will be a little bit later for the Brisbane Roar Melbourne Victory.
My answer is the Virgin Islands. I repeat, my answer is the Virgin Islands. Thank you. Okay, I will continue the questions. Second question, who is ready to get a tattoo? And if so, what should I get?
I can't do what I was going to say, so that's the one, Jay. That is the one I was thinking. On a real though, it looks like the rain is actually going. We've been literally saying this. Everyone has been saying, myself and AFL Legend have been saying for probably about 6 hours now that in about 45 minutes time it looks like the rain's going to go. We've been looking at the radar all day. After today, I will never look at a radar ever again, and that is the final answer. But yes, it looks like we may actually get maybe an hour and a half out of today, which might actually be pretty good. Thank you. No, Jay, let's not go down that path. Let's not go down that path. I honestly thought I was going to be. He had the craziest look in his eyes. At one point, he said, "Let's get it on." I am so not a. Possibly one of the greatest movies of all time. Also, Hot Tub Time Machine, and also. No, they're just the top two movies of all time. Thank you. You have to call me Nighthawk. No, that is you and Anarchist. Thank you. Well, Harry, you say we have 3 hours to play with, but I know it won't happen. There is a kind of potential. It just depends on lighting because there doesn't look like there's any rain coming anymore. Like it looks like the main portion is gone. So, you know, abracadabra, bubbity boobity bubbity bibbity, we might actually get some play. So give Ussy. This actually could work out brilliantly if we get some. We're able to get, Kawaja to his, get 5 more runs and then declare and then send them out for the last, hour and a half, hour in the relatively darkness of, the underworld, which is Sydney. We might actually be able to get 4 wickets today, and it might be actually quite beneficial. Yeah, they did accidentally time you out, Dane, but I believe they're about to accidentally time you out again. Oopsie. really, really big day of cricket here, Bailey. We're just currently having a minute's silence as there have been cows that have actually roamed onto the field, and we can't seem to get the cows off. It's been about roughly 5.5 hours now that these cows have been on the field, and unfortunately we cannot remove them, so we're just being quiet, we're just being respectful, because they've taken over now. They've taken over and we can't seem to get rid of them, so we may have play abandoned for today. We just need to try and figure out a way by tomorrow to remove these cows. Thank you.
I refuse to watch New Zealand versus Pakistan. I will never, ever, ever, ever do it. Even though it's day 5, it's going to be a draw, and I will never do it. Thank you.
Oh, well, I've just come back to that news. Fantastic news there. So they've called stumps. They have abandoned play for today. Hold on, let me just get rid of this weather delay. Hello again. They've abandoned play for today, which means that there will not be any cricket tonight. There will not be any cricket today, unfortunately. Day 4 is meant to be pretty good for weather, but with that being said, effectively speaking, Australia has battered for 3 days now. Due to the weather. So, look, obviously, we'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, guys, at 8:30 my time, 7:30 New South Wales time, and 6:30 Queensland time, I'll be jumping on for Melbourne Victory versus the Brisbane Roar. So that's still about 3.5 hours away, so I've got to make myself something to eat and then come back for that one. Disappointing, obviously. AFL, we could still bowl them out twice. It's definitely possible that we could still do it, but overall, it's going to be a crazy last 2 days. It will be. And I do think that we should just declare. I don't think that Uzi should get his 200, unfortunately, which does suck. What a stream today, lads. What a stream. What a stream. A whole day of literally just rain. Anyway, to be fair, the day does start earlier tomorrow. It will start at 10. So that means that maybe we could go a couple of overs and give him his thing. But in the same sense, we've already won the series. The draw means absolutely nothing to us. The result means nothing to us because we've already made the WTC final. It really is pointless. We could just let Uzi get his 200 and then try and bat him out for the next 2 days. So, I don't know. We'll see how we go. But, guys, obviously hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're around here. I will leave this up, even though it's a pretty dead stream. I will leave it up. And I'll see you guys later on tonight for Melbourne Victory vs Brisbane Roar. And then tomorrow for Day 4, which we should get a majority of play in tomorrow. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. Catch you later. See ya.